are my chatters at? Where are you? Where are you? Chat, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. How you guys doing today? Just realized, by the way, I just realized Christmas is 4 days away. 4 days away. The months, the days, they just fly by me. As far as I'm concerned, alright, 5 minutes ago, I thought Christmas was like, I don't know, 2 weeks from now. And then I look at the date and I'm like, holy fuck. 4 days away. Yo, what's up, Aiden the Onion? What's up, Spider Clownery, Eclipse YT? Good to see all you guys in the chat. Most likely Spidey. I love seeing my members coming in here. Hey, everyone. Early stream. Fairly early in the day, I would say. Okay, a guy just got clapped in the chat for saying 6'7". All right. All right. Nako Chen! Nice to see you again. Kai, you fucking narcissist. Peter looks exactly like you. Alright. Well, I mean, hey. I have to sit here for hours animating my own Spider-Man cartoon. Alright? And I don't get to make Peter Parker look like me? Come on. It's not like I have black hair and I'm like completely different looking to Peter. Come on. It's close enough. Alright, when Roger King or Dan Poole, they get to be Spider-Man in their own projects, but the second I do it, everyone's like, oh, hold on, you can't do that. Zachary Goss, come on now. He gets to do it, but I don't. Come on. Kai doesn't look like Peter Parker. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take that. You know what? I would rather you guys think that. Scarlet Dude, nice to see you. Lejon, E64. I feel like I'm seeing some new members I don't recognize. It's nice to see you, Lejon. Alright. Enough fucking around. I'm fucking around right now. Enough fucking around. On the last episode of PSM Turns Himself into an Underpaid Animator, we animated this shot of Peter and Mary Jane. And do I want to turn my webcam on? Yeah, alright, I'll do it. Here we go. Here I am. I'm not wearing the PSM suit today, alright? I'm sorry. I'm fake right now, alright? I'm not wearing the PSM suit. Anyway, on the last episode, or on the last installment of Suffering Live, I animated this shot, which is currently not playing for some reason. Okay. I redid it so that the shading looks a little better. You know, a little better with respect to where the light is in the room. Because they're standing in the same place as they were in this shot. And you can see Peter's all shaded in the face. So, you know, the light would be hitting him from the back. And that makes a little more sense. But that shot's all finished. You know, we got Mary Jane looking exactly the same as she did when we last animated her. I didn't change her at all. But yeah, for those of you who were happy to see me drawing Mary Jane, don't you worry, I'm going to be doing it again today, because today we are animating some up close and personal shots. We have Peter and MJ really close to the camera. Mary Jane is at a bit more of a she looks a lot prettier than Peter. You know, Peter's got to deal with the the under the chin angle, and Mary Jane's, you know, looking up at him, and that looks a little more appealing. So we got Peter with the nasty angle, and Mary Jane with the more appropriate angle. But yeah, that's what we're doing today. We're gonna be animating this. One her zero. Thanks for showing up to the stream. Sorry, I'm trying to highlight all my members because you know I love my members. Have you finished an episode yet? Yes, we finished one episode last summer, and I released it. Maybe a little too quickly. I honestly wish I went back and fixed some things in it. But yes, we do have an episode out, and hopefully this one will be a little better. Yo! Eclipse, thank you for the 10!
At Eclipse_, it is so cool they gave me £10.
Thank you.
PSM, you're not an underpaid animator, they get paid. You're a MAPA animator chained to the desk, forced to yap like a dancing monkey while chat throws money at you when they decide to.
I would argue that that's underpaid. I would argue that that's underpaid. A MAPA animator, at least they get to sit down at their desk and like watch whatever the fuck they want. I have to sit here and fucking dance around like an idiot and entertain you guys while I'm animating at the same time. I should be paid more than a MAPA animator. And in fact, I think MAPA animators should be paid twice what they're being paid right now. And I think I should be paid twice that. Because I gotta sit around and dance like a fucking idiot and keep you guys entertained. Kai, who's your least favorite Spidey villain? I hate the 1000. I think the 1000 sucks. I hate the 1000 so much. Hey PSM, I'm in high school and I want to die every day. Damn, that sucks, chatter. I'm not gonna lie, if you hate high school, I worry about what the rest of your life is gonna look like. No, I wish the best to you, chatter. I actually kind of liked being in high school, I won't lie. I won't lie. Kai, do you like lo-fi music? I don't know. I'm more of a Silent Hill guy if I want to listen to music that's chill. Okay. Hold on. I gotta rearrange my room real quick. Okay. That's a little better. Kai, have you heard of Doki Doki Literature Club? I think it would be peak if you stream that live. Chat, I've already played that game. I've already played that game, Clownery. I played it by myself when I was much younger. I don't remember a whole lot about it. I played the game that inspired Doki Doki Literature Club. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it. I don't even want to name drop it because it fucking traumatized me. But the game that inspired Doki Doki Literature Club is called, I think it's called You, Me, and Her. And I had a friend of mine put me onto it. I say put me onto as if it didn't like give me the need for therapy. But, you know, she put me onto it and was like, I want to see you play this, right? And she's like, oh, this is the game that inspired Doki Doki Literature Club. And I was like, okay, it's probably going to be like a little dark, but, you know, I'm sure it'll be fun. It was not fun. I think I will never be the same after that game. I'm being so for real. You, Me, and Her. Like, that game broke me. Like, that game fucking broke me. It destroyed me. I do not recommend it. I absolutely do not recommend it. Will your Spider-Man crossover with official Spider-Man media such as Spectacular or Ultimate? I'm a little hesitant about crossovers with pre-existing Spider-Man stuff. I want him to do crossovers with like Batman or the Ninja Turtles or some shit like that. And I'd have like my own, you know, like pre-planned versions of those existing properties. But no, I don't have any plans for my version of Spider-Man to interact with, you know, another existing cartoon. Because I'd have to get, so let's say, you know, let's say I wanted to have, you know, my Spider-Man do a crossover with Spectacular Spider-Man. I'd have to get the voice cast for that show to help me. I'd need money. I'd need connections. Not possible. It's not very possible. And it's not something I'd want to do either. Like, I'm trying to think about what I would accomplish narratively by having a crossover. Because with the Ninja Turtles, I can be like, okay, I can do this fun little thing where I can flesh out a dynamic between Spider-Man and the Ninja Turtles. Or with Batman, I can do like, oh, okay, so this is how Spider-Man would interact with Batman, and it's funny. But Spider-Man having a crossover with himself from another dimension, I don't know. I don't know what's to gain from that. I did have an idea for my Spider-Man realizing that he... Let me explain this. I had an idea where my Spider-Man kind of gains consciousness, right? Like, he realizes that he's not a real person. Like, he realizes he's a fictional character. Not only that, but he is a fan-made version of an already existing character. And of course, that would like hurt his ego a bit. He'd be like, okay, not only am I not a real character, but I am also a fake fan-made version of this not real character. I feel even shittier about myself. And the whole episode is kind of like a PSM, you know, my version of Spider-Man crossover. And by the end, maybe he realizes that, damn, I am a fan-made thing, but this guy who animated, you know, who spent all this time working on my story, you know, he clearly does it with an appreciation for me. So maybe I'd want to play into the low self-esteem thing that I'm trying to get at with this version of Spider-Man. Like, there'd be something to accomplish narratively, which is my point. Like, I don't want to have my Spider-Man doing crossovers just to do crossovers. I'd want there to be a point. Like, I'd want there to be like a narrative conclusion. I'd want there to be I'd want my Spider-Man to walk away with something that he couldn't have walked away with if he didn't do it. Or if he didn't have that crossover, you know what I mean? So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. Kai, if you've already been asked this, then sorry, I just joined. But have you heard that Paul could be in Brand New Day? I have heard that. I've heard a lot of people saying that it would be the funniest thing ever. But to be honest, I think I think the second Paul is brought outside of the comics, it's over. Because the second Paul is shot out into the mainstream, and everybody who doesn't read comics but like engages with like, you know, Spider-Man whatever material that isn't reading, they're gonna see Paul and they're gonna be like, oh, okay, Mary Jane's a whore and I'm a misogynist and I hate her even more. Like, I feel like the people who don't read are gonna find out about Paul. They're not gonna have enough knowledge to like properly assess what's in front of them, and we're gonna get the same thing we saw with Kirsten Dunst as Mary Jane, and everyone's gonna go, okay, Mary Jane's a whore, I hate her, right? Even though it would make sense for Mary Jane to move on because she doesn't know this motherfucker Peter Parker. And I think it would just lead to more negative discourse around Mary Jane. And I think the fact that it would be Paul, I think it would highlight, it would get so much animosity out of people as opposed to just some random guy. Like what if they brought back Brad, and Brad is the dude that she's dating? Brad, the motherfucker from Far From Home. I would rather they bring that dude back, because at least it would make sense. But I think if they bring Paul into the movies, I think Marvel will be making a mistake. So I think they should keep Paul out of everything. I don't want to see that motherfucker anywhere. What's the thing you'll never adapt in your show? That's a hard one. Here's the thing, chat. Nothing is off the table for me. Right? Like, there's nothing in Spider-Man lore that I have seen where I'm like, yeah, I never want to touch this. Like for example, I want to do the Clone Saga. I want to do what's her name? I literally just read the comic yesterday. She the Spider Wasp lady that Peter fights. Shothra, or is it She-Roth? She-Lob? No, I'm thinking of Lord of the Rings. I don't remember. I don't think there's anything I wouldn't want to adapt. Even the 1000. I fucking hate the 1000. But I would love to, like, change him in a way that I think would make the story better. I fucking hate the 1000 so much. I think he's such a dog shit, fun factoid Spider-Man character. I think he sucks. I hate the 1000 so much. Someone in my chat just said, I have to read this because this is insane. Low Kirk N-U... How the fuck do you even say this? Low Kirk N-U-Ingley. I'm making an 11-minute MJ defense video. I'm halfway through editing it. Disclaimer, I am on the younger side, but I'm really passionate about it. That is awesome. You're fighting the good fight. Why are you...
At Eclipse_, is so cool they gave me 10 pounds. D. Kinda wish that when Miles first got into 616, Marvel played into the psychological horror aspect for Miles and his family of everything being the same but just different enough to mess with them.
See, I would like that. I think that's cool. Back to what I was saying. What the fuck is low Kirk genuinely? There's like 3 different words in there. Low key, Charlie Kirk, and genuinely. What fucking reason do you have to be combining these words? Why? You could have just said low key or genuinely. Why is that motherfucker Charlie Kirk in there? Stop Kirking everything. Take this motherfucker Kirk out. They already did. I'm saying take him out of your fucking word. Why? Why? Why are you saying this? Pissing me off. Pissing me off. Kai, will we ever get an episode that heavily involves the Kirk? The Hulk! God damn it! I just said Kirk when I meant the Hulk, bro. You're getting me with the fucking mind virus. Are you ever going to do an episode that heavily involves the Hulk? Yes, I love the Hulk. I can't wait to see chat's reaction to that fucking bullshit. God damn it. Now you guys got me pissed off. I'm pissed off. You guys got me pissed off, bro. You guys got me pissed off. Will we see Miles? Yes, I want to do Miles Morales. I am definitely going to add Miles in my show. And I'm gonna take the Peter teaching angle to do it. Turn down the music? Alright. Is that low enough? I turned it down a little bit. Is that better? I think that's better. Eclipse, thank you for the $10 2 times in a row. Spider Clownery,
And
thank
Spider
you for the
Clownery
2.
is so cool they gave me $1.99. D. Chat watch Mullet's Hulk video, it's so peak.
Dude, I agree with you right there. That Hulk video is so good. Like, the people need the Hulk. I really do think so. I think the public needs to see the Hulk for who he really is, and not who the MCU has fumbled. Because the Hulk is such a great character. And every day I remember how badly Marvel fumbled the bag on him, I get sad. I really do. I get really sad. Because the Hulk is genuinely one of the greatest Marvel characters ever made. Like, I think if you like that whole aspect of Spider-Man where he's genuinely a good person, but the media gives Spider-Man such a hard time, and it frustrates him. You know, it's part of the whole, you know, why it sucks being Spider-Man. If you like that aspect of Spider-Man, I think you'll love the Hulk. You know, the misunderstood hero trope. Because I don't think there are a lot of characters that do that like the Hulk. And the Hulk is just, I love him so much. I love him very dearly. And I wish everybody could see how great the Hulk is. But nobody, you know, you don't really get the chance to do that a lot. Because Marvel, they're always fucking up the Hulk. They never do him justice. Marvel is always fucking up the Hulk. And this is true facts. Kai, do you have any Hulk merchandise? I do not. I do not. I am not a, I don't have any Hulk hands. I wish I did. Well, not really. I don't know where I'd put them. I don't like the Hulk enough that I'd buy stuff of him. Chat, once again, I am asking myself why I chose to animate an entire Spider-Man show single-handedly. I'm having one of those moments. I ask myself this every day. When I wake up in the mirror, I look at myself and I say, PSM, why? Why did you do this to yourself? You have invented a new form of CIA black site torture, where you force yourself to animate an entire cartoon single-handedly. That is the work of madmen. That is the work of men who clamp car batteries onto testicles and turn on the car battery. Who would ever decide to animate an entire Spider-Man cartoon series by themselves? Who would do that? No one would do that. No sane man would decide himself to do that. And you know what? I ask myself that question every day. I ask myself that every day. I would. Would you though? Would you though? Because I'm telling you right now, you shouldn't. You fucking shouldn't. This shit sucks. Alright? Because I gotta look at myself in the mirror. And I gotta go, oh fuck. Hey, look at this asshole who hasn't fucking animated any of his cartoon. And then I gotta go outside. And motherfuckers looking at me going, PSM, where's the next episode of your show? Why aren't you working? Animation slave boy? And I say, fuck you. Animating takes forever. That's what I say. I gotta get my layers in order. Okay. This is Peter. This is mouth. And these are his eyes. You can't convince me. I'm already modeling Ditko Spidey in Blender. I'm not gonna lie. Blender, doing like 3D animations, from what I understand about 3D animating, if you're gonna choose to do your own Spider-Man fan project, 3D animation is probably where it's at. Like, that is gonna save you. Doing hand-drawn animation, that was my biggest mistake. Like, deciding that I would animate this entire show by hand, that was a very bold and stupid move. Because I have to sit here and I have to draw every single frame over and over and over again. But somebody who knows how to use Blender could go, okay, I'm going to animate my own Spider-Man show. I need Spider-Man to do a very complex movement where he does this flip or whatever. You only have to animate Spider-Man once. Or not animate. You only have to model Spider-Man one time. You have to decide how that motherfucker is going to look once. And only once. Alright? I have to decide that every time I decide to draw him. But if you 3D model it, you save yourself the work of having to constantly reconstruct him through hand drawing. So here's my piece of advice. If you're gonna make your own Spider-Man animated thing, do not fucking draw it by hand. Do not do it. Alright? Use Blender. Use Blender, for God's sake. Save yourself. Yo, Kai animates, or Kai animates. Kai, see, I don't know how to say your name. I'm so sorry. Nice to see you in the chat. What would happen if Marvel came to Kai with fat stacks to make his show? Well, first of all, I would throw myself off a building to prove that I'm dreaming. And, well, when I'm about to hit the ground and I realize that I wasn't dreaming, I'll be very upset. But in the event that I don't test that I'm dreaming, I would probably just hire some animators. I would hire animators and I would say, look, I'm going to pay you very handsomely. And I'm paying you very handsomely because I want you to animate this in A-Sprite, which is not built for this sort of thing. And there you go. Go, my animator. Whatever. Go, my animator. That's what I would say. And then I would have my show done by the end of the year. And that would be awesome. That would be so awesome. Okay, the eyes change on frame 4. Low key though, thinking about it now, I kind of want a Dispatch animated series, like full R rating, not dumbing it down or anything, something like Invincible. I'm not trying to shit on you, chatter, but I don't like the mindset that you have about this, because I think very often in the entertainment industry, people will see something in the form that it comes in, and they will go, for some reason, they will go, oh, I don't like this medium of storytelling. I'm going to change it and bring it over to something else, and ignore the risk of what will happen from changing the form factor this piece of media comes in. Because I'll be honest, I love the medium that Dispatch takes place in. It's a video game. It's interactive. All right, you really get to put yourself in Rob's shoes by doing his job, dispatching. You get a real attachment to the main character. You live his life. You do his job. That's not the kind of thing you could get by doing an animated series. That's not the kind of thing you could get by taking the player experience out of Dispatch. I think it would ruin it. Because Dispatch, it plants you in the shoes of Robert very, very, very tightly. Dispatch doesn't really need to be interactive to work as a story. You make choices in the game that alter what happens. You can't do that in a TV show unless you make like 3 different versions of it. I think the game itself is perfect. I don't think it needs to be taken out of the form that it's in. Now, it would be different if it was a comic book. If it was a comic book and you were saying like, oh, I'd love to see a Dispatch animated series, I would say, I would agree with you. I'd be like, yes, I would love to see this in the animated form. But I think taking it out of the video game medium, I don't think it's a good idea. I think it's like the people who see Lion King, the original Lion King, and go, yeah, I want this 3D animated, completely realistic. It's the same exact thing. I would rather have more Dispatch than an animated Dispatch series. I would rather Dispatch get a part 2 or a season 2 or whatever than having it be completely recontextualized within an animated series. I think the game would lose so much of its appeal if it just turned into, oh, look at this cartoon adaptation. It's like Invincible. I don't know. I don't think that would be good. Stop saying low Kirkenuenly. I need to ban that word from the chat. I think people trying to immediately see a video game get an animated adaptation don't see video games as a real art form. Now, I don't want to assume, but I would see why you think that. Because video games are an art form. I think it's one of the most... I really do think video games are one of the most immersive pieces of artwork there is. Because you literally, like, you experience something as the creator intended you to. You know, watching a movie in a scary place, a horror movie, whatever, it's not the same as actually walking around a scary place yourself in a video game. Kai, how's the Waterboy suit? The Waterboy suit was great. I sent it out to the person, and they liked it. I was going to do a short about making the Waterboy suit, but, and this is really unfortunate, and this is why I'm a little hesitant to tell you guys a little more about it, but here's what happened with the Waterboy suit, right? The person who made the Waterboy suit, they got it, they loved it, They wore it. They made a few videos in it. Somebody saw their cosplay and decided to draw inappropriate fan art of them. And that really scared them off from being included in, you know, something where I highlight my experience making it. Like, because I was going to make this whole short about the process of making the Waterboy suit. I was going to make an entire short about it. I was going to be like, this is how I made the Waterboy suit. And if you want, you can get your own suit from me. And I was going to use it as a launching off point to tell people about my suit making services. But, you know, the fact that that person had inappropriate art drawn of them without their consent in that costume, it scared them off from doing it. And it made me sad because, damn, something that I made for someone was, you know what, for lack of a better word, it was gooninized. I don't know. That made me sad. That made me really sad. And so that person doesn't want to be highlighted in a PSM short where I talk about making the suit. And you know what? I 100% understand. And I'm not gonna give them any more unwanted attention because I don't know where that person came from. I don't know who drew that art of that person. And I wish I did, because I wish I knew whether or not that was a fan of mine or that was just somebody random who saw them on their account. Because I feel guilty about it. I feel guilty that someone saw them in my suit and wanted to do some inappropriate shit. It makes me sad. It makes me feel a little guilty. Now, I know it's not really my fault. You know, I didn't make the suit thinking that people were going to start gooning. But it just makes me sad to see that happen. But yeah, that's what happened with the Waterboy suit. And I would tell you guys, you know, this person's account so you could go see it for yourself. But, you know, given what happened, I don't really want to do that anymore. But, yeah, that's kind of what happened with the Waterboy suit. But, you know, that all being said, the person I made it for, really awesome. You know, we're fine. You know, everything's good between me and them. But, you know, they don't want to be, they don't want any extra attention as of right now. And you know what? I'm not fixing on giving it to them. So that's why I'm not gonna, that's not why I'm gonna show off any more of the Waterboy suit, unfortunately. The Waterboy suit will have to live on in everyone's memory. Sad as it is. Why do people have to make inappropriate art like that's kind of fucked up? Well, I mean, here's the thing, chat. I'm not against people making inappropriate art. I think here's where the problem comes in. It's the fact that someone saw their cosplay and decided to make inappropriate artwork of them without asking. And really, even if they did ask, that would have been weird as fuck. That would have been weird as fuck. Who goes up to a Safe for Work cosplayer and says, hey, I want to make some porn of you? Like, who does that? That's so unnormal, so strange. Like, that's just such a not regular thing to do. So here's the, it's not even that, you know, people are making inappropriate art and I'm a prude and I don't like seeing that. It's not even that, all right? I just think it's weird that somebody just went and did something like that without even asking. That's my problem with it. Somebody in the chat said, do you mind if I draw your OC pregnant? Yes, I do mind. Do not do that. Yo, PSM, what's up, gang? What's up, Azure Angel? Okay. Kai, theoretically, if a genuine superhero came into existence, brand new, not existing, how much would you charge if they asked for a suit? Well, to be honest, I'd need a couple things. I need proof that they actually had superpowers, one. And two, it would depend on a lot of other things, like, what are your superpowers? Like, if they had fire powers, are you gonna burn my fucking suit off? You know, maybe I'm not equipped to make a suit for someone who can burn my suit off at a moment's notice. How liquid are you? Are you Batman? Do you have money? It depends. It depends on a lot of things. You know, are you the Stephen Grant type? Do you have a lot of money? Are you liquid? Do you have paper? Do you have bands? Can you make those Benjamins dance? That's the kind of question I'd be asking. But yeah, I think that'd be awesome. Hopefully they won't lock me up with the guy whenever they catch him. Here's the thing about a real-life superhero, chat. If a real-life superhero just showed up tomorrow, okay, I am 100% convinced that the government would do anything they could to find that guy and mount them to their wall and kill him and dissect him, her or her. All right, whatever they could do to get that guy on a table and tear them apart for science, they would do it. Because I've been thinking about this. I was like, dude, if I woke up with spider powers tomorrow, yeah, I'd be a superhero. But it's only a matter of time until the government is able to shoot me down and dissect me in a lab somewhere. Kai, I have something stupid to type. Don't do it. Don't do it. I think the US government would ruin the existence of a superhero in a second. They would absolutely ruin that shit. Alright, Superman could come out of the sky tomorrow, and if the US government found out he was in Kansas, they would nuke Kansas off the map. Kai, theoretically, what if a supervillain asks you to make a suit? I would tell that motherfucker to kill himself! Chat, I got a burger and fries right now. I wish I were you. Kai, if you could have your own soundtrack for your series, what would it sound like? It's funny you should say that. It's funny you should say that. Because I actually have something I can show you guys. Now, I don't know if I've ever announced this to you. I probably mentioned it in passing. But, okay. I have worked with TG Comps to put together a bit of a soundtrack for my show. Now, if you guys don't know who TG Comps is, his name is Trey Gonzalez. Okay, TG Comps. All right, no relation to any other Trey you may be thinking of. But TG Comps has actually been putting in some work on a Spider-Man soundtrack for my show. Now, I'm going to play it in the background while I work for a bit, just so you guys can hear it. All right? And maybe I'll be a little quieter than usual, just so you guys can soak it in. Is it techno? It's a little techno. It's a little 8-bit. It's a little... I want to put some thoughts in your mind, okay? Don't think theatrical, horns, violins, pianos. Don't think about that shit, okay? This is a fan-made Spider-Man show that looks like crap. And I told Trey this. I said, look, I don't want your soundtrack to be better than the way my show looks. Because I know you, Trey. I know you make good-ass music. And I don't want people to watch my show and think, damn, why the fuck does the soundtrack sound like that when the show looks like this? And I told him, I was like, look, scale it down, you know, use some chip tunes, some 8-bit, some 16-bit, make it sound a little less theatrical. So, I'm going to roll the clip. We're already done with this shot of Peter, by the way. Dude, this part gets me every time. I'm trying so hard not to fucking lose my shit. I love this part of the song. Whoa! God damn it, man. Sorry. I fucking love this shit. Alright, new animation is in the PSM Drops channel. Thank you, Spider Curls.
Great, now I need to change my underpants.
Me too, me too. Okay, next shit. Fuck! This theme is so good, dude! Sorry. Dude, when Trey was in the studio making this shit, I was losing my mind. It was so awesome. If someone said your animation sucks, what would you think? I would tell them they're right. Azure Angel, thank you for joining the channel. You now have access to the members-only Discord, which you can join by going to the membership tab. If you like that sort of thing, you'll be seeing a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that hasn't been released yet. All right, this is the next... Let me pause it. This is the next part of the theme. This is the sad theme. This is the sadness theme, okay? And it's going to be like a little mopey for a while, but then the beat is going to drop and it's going to hit like crack. How much did you pay this guy to make this? Because it was not enough. This shit is fire. We have an agreement. He's going to help me out with the sound for my show. I'm going to make him a Spider-Man suit at some point. We have an agreement. It's good, but I'm not sure if it fits your show tonally. My show is about a guy who runs around on buildings at a very fast pace and swings around the city. What do you mean? What is casual about that? I don't get it. Okay, because you're imagining that song in the wrong context. You're not thinking of Spider-Man swinging around when you hear that last song. All right, mouth first. We're doing the mouth first. So you guys are really liking this opening part, but I really hope you like the beat drop. Oh, you know what's funny about... Wait. Okay, I wanted to make sure I wasn't in front of the beat drop. You know what's funny about this melody? It's actually slowed. It's a slowed down version of the 60s cartoon opening. Like, that's what all this droning stuff is coming from. It comes from the 60s cartoon theme. Isn't that so awesome? Like, he just snuck in that little Easter egg. So awesome. Bro, I love seeing you guys react to this shit in the chat. Drop this shit on Spotify. You guys are fucking hilarious. Thank you, Spider Clownery, for the 2.
$1.99. I am a celebration.
Who's the composer? TG Comps. You know what? I'm gonna put something of his in the chat so you guys can go support him. Okay, here he is. If you guys want to support TG Comps, there you go. It's in the chat. It's in the chat. That's his channel. Okay, now this next theme is a Mary Jane theme. I don't know how I feel about it because I told Trey, I was like, look, I need something like low key something that I could play in the background and the viewer won't even realize it's playing. And, well, you know how Trey is. I told this motherfucker not to outclass my show with his music. What the fuck does he do? He makes the coolest thing that's ever graced my fucking ears, right? I don't think he's capable of being low-key. Everything he makes is so fucking awesome, right? But I'm going to play this. Why is it not... Somebody in the chat just said, I don't know, hasn't your Spider-Man already been through most of his emotional beats? You think that my Spider-Man has been through most of his emotional development in the first episode of the show? My Spider-Man has been through all he needs to be, have been gone through in the first episode of the show. You guys make me laugh sometimes. It's not enough. And that's it. That's all I got. Sorry, guys. All right, the heavenly fountain is out of water. There's no more. But yeah, that was some of the soundtrack. I don't know how much of it is gonna make it into the show because I have to time it properly with what's happening in the scene. You did have a good chunk of his villains in there, yeah, but they weren't real. They were Mysterio figments or whatever. They weren't real. All right, I had Venom, I had Green Goblin, I had Doc Ock, I had Kraven, I had Vulture, I had Electro, I had I'm missing somebody now. Oh, they weren't even real. The only guy that was actually there was Mysterio. So, no, I did not have all of. You know what? I'm not gonna sit here and yell at you guys from the director's seat. All right, I gotta remember. I am the humble animator. All right, I am the humble animation slave. I have to get back to work. And that means we're turning Silent Hill back on. Galactus, again, not real. Somebody in the chat said, dude, adapt Sin's Past. It's the best Spider-Man comic. You know what, chatter? I think I might adapt Sin's Past, just because you said. You know, we'll have to see what everybody in the chat thinks. I think everybody will be excited to hear that I'm adapting Sin's Past. I think you're right, chatter. I might have to rework a lot of my plans for the show, especially for Gwen Stacy, if you know what I'm saying. I think, you know what, chat? I think I'm going to adapt Sin's Past. You know, I think I'm going to do what no Spider-Man show has ever dared to do. And I'm going to make Gwen Stacy crack the Green Goblin. I think you guys would really like that. And you heard me right. You know, this is what I'll change about the Sin's Past storyline. I'm going to make it so that Gwen Stacy is the one cracking the Green Goblin. How about that? That's what I'll change. That's what I'll change about my adaptation. Gwen Stacy cracks the Green Goblin. Good idea. See, now the people are liking it. Lego Venomous V, thank you for the 10.
Lego Venomous is so cool they gave me 10 euros. D. Hey Kai, I'm still working on that loose adaptation of the first symbiote arc from the comics, Peter's Return from Battleworld.
Nice.
I'm taking some liberties though, but it'll still be relatively faithful.
Hell yeah. That's where you get all the right, I'm trying to figure out what I'm thinking of here. Like, when you start at the source material, adapt that stuff faithfully, and fill in the gaps with your own creative thinking, that's where you start to get, you know, those Spider-Man adaptations that make the changes that people like. If that makes any sense. Somebody in the chat said, will we get a prequel of Gwen's death? I want you guys to see some of the... I do want to tell some Spider-Man stories that happen before Gwen dies. I don't know what the first episode that takes place in the past will be. Because I'm sure for a lot of you guys who are very familiar with the show's production, you know that I have a plan where the show has like 4 different eras. There's the Ditko era, which is, you know, where all of those early stories take place, and Peter is wearing that orange and purple sweater suit that you saw in the first episode. And then you have his college era, and then there's the symbiote era, which lasts for a little bit, and then you have where Peter is now, which is where you guys, which is where you guys saw him in the last episode. I think once I get to a point where I have done most of what I want to do in the modern era, not most. When I get to a point where I'm comfortable walking away from the modern era and I'm like, okay, I've told some modern Spider-Man stories, right? Everybody knows where my characters stand in the future. Let's go to the past so we can learn a little bit more about Peter through who he used to be. So once I get comfortable doing, you know, all the modern Spider-Man stuff I want to do, which is Peter living in his apartment with Mary Jane, once I do all that stuff and you guys get an idea of who Peter is in the present, that's when I'll be like, okay, now we're going to go back to the past and we're going to do some, you know, we're going to do some stuff before Peter living a comfortable life, or somewhat comfortable life, if that makes any sense. Somebody in the chat just asked me, how big is Peter's penis? I think that's a suitable response to that question. Fuck. Dead ass. Dead ass what? Dead ass you want to know? Get these people out my chat, bro. If you come here to jerk off to my show, I don't want you here. Stop it. Get some help. I need an answer. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't need an answer. Stop with this shit. Dude, I should become a family-friendly channel like Nick A30 so I don't have to deal with this shit. See, I like to keep a family-friendly environment in my Discord server. But when I get on live, I say what I want. But goddamn, you guys are starting to make me wish I was Nick A30 talking about some, hey, don't swear, don't say inappropriate things. Somebody in the chat said, to change the subject from Peter's dong, did you see The Running Man? I did not see The Running Man. I saw the Chainsaw Man movie recently. That's like the most notable movie I saw recently. And I loved it. I absolutely loved it. It broke me. I'm not gonna lie. That movie made me cry. That movie made me cry more than any other movie has made me cry this year. Like, I'm trying to think about movies that have made me cry. That movie, like, if I was live streaming it, I would have broke my no cry streak. I would have broke my what's the word? I would have broken my achievement of never crying on stream. And what I consider crying is tears rolling down my face. And never on my stream has a tear rolled down my face, so I've never cried on stream. Were there tears in my eyes? Yes, but I did not cry. The tears did not fall. So it doesn't count. You broke your streak on The Walking Dead. No, I didn't, because the tear did not fall down my face. It stayed in my eye. If I yawn, okay, if I yawned on the stream, and I yawned so hard that maybe a tear appeared in my eye, would that be crying? No! I was fucking yawning. A tear just happened to be in my eye. I wasn't crying. I was a full-blown crying. Come on now. Got the link? Yeah, it's on the playlist on my channel if you want to watch me play The Walking Dead. I was pretty close to crying during Dispatch, but once again, a tear did not fall, so I did not cry. I did not cry. Holy cope. You guys just don't adhere to my rules. What do you want for Christmas? I don't know. I don't really think about that much anymore. Whenever I want something, I just go out and get it. Like if I really want something, I just go get it. Nowadays. You know, I'm an adult. I feel bad asking people for stuff now. I try not to ask people for things. Kai crying like a baby on stream. 2026 May prediction. All right. It depends on what you guys get me to play. I mean, if you guys get me to play some shit that makes me cry so badly that tears start rolling from my eyes, then you know what? I'm going to give it up to you. I'm going to be like, yeah, all right, you guys got me. I cried on stream. But that hasn't happened yet. Tears did not come down my face. But when they do, I'm going to give it up to you. I'm going to be like, okay, you guys got me. I cried. But that ain't happened.
My significant other and I reached 1 year.
Yo. Congratulations, Venomous. Play The Last of Us? I already did. I already played The Last of Us. I already did it. Chat, I've already played those games. I know what's going to happen in those games. And you know what, chat? I'll be honest. I think The Last of Us 1 and 2, that is the most broken I have ever been playing a video game. And I will say this about The Last of Us, right? You know, people complain about the plot of The Last of Us 2, but I think the plot of that game does exactly what art should. And it makes you feel things. It makes you feel things that the writer wanted you to feel. And that's exactly how I felt when I played The Last of Us 2. I played that game and I was like, fuck, dude, I really want to kill this person. I want them dead. I want to destroy them. Right? Switch up in the middle of the game. And I was like, damn, you know, I don't want this anymore.
At Just Taste of Bread is so cool they gave me £1.99. D. Look genuinely play the Og Red Dead.
The text-to-speech doesn't even know what you just said. The text-to-speech didn't even know what you just said. That's how much of an unreal word what you just said is. It doesn't even know how to pronounce what you just said. That being said, I've never played the original Red Dead in my life. I mean, I really will if you guys like fucking are constantly in my chat telling me to play it. I played a little bit of Red Dead 2. Where's my water? I played a little bit of Red Dead 2. Ugh. Somebody in the chat just said, will Silk appear in your show at any point? Why are you trying to ask me about Silk? I have a Dan Slott agent in my chat. I have a Dan Slott agent in my chat asking me about Silk. I have a Dan Slott agent asking me about Silk in my chat. I have a Dan Slott agent asking me about Silk in my chat. I have a Dan Slott agent asking me about Silk in my chat. Why would you want to know if Silk is in my show? Why would you want to know if Silk is in my show? Why would you want to know if Silk is in my show? Because I'll tell you what. There is only one thing that happens when Silk shows up. Does anybody in the chat know what that may be? I'll tell you. Goon shit. Dan Slott's dearest fantasies. That's what happens. And maybe you share that fantasy. All right, maybe your last search is Asian baddies jumping on my penis. Keep that shit out of my chat. Fucking Dan Slott agent. It's like that chatter who asked me the other day. What the fuck did they say? They were like, I don't even want to dig that back up. Forget it. Kai, would you recommend any comics that aren't Spider-Man? Recommend? I don't know. I read Watchmen. I thought Watchmen was really good. I'd recommend Watchmen. I like that comic. Kai, do you plan to adapt anything from Untold Tales of Spider-Man into your show? I was saying earlier that once I get comfortable with the modern era, like once I've told a couple of modern era Spider-Man stories, that's when I'll go back to the older era, you know, like when some of those Ditko stories happen. And I'm thinking... Now, I haven't read every single issue of Untold Tales of Spider-Man. I've only read one, and it's because I only had one as a kid.
Give me €5. D. Kai, even though I don't always agree with your opinions and statements, you're still my favorite Spider-Man content creator. Keep being you. Folded hands emoji.
Dude, I love you, man. And thank you, Just a Piece of Bread.
Hold on. Just a piece of bread is so cool they gave me 79 pence. D.
Thank you, Just a Piece of Bread. But I'm not gonna lie, chat. Once I get my hands on an entire copy of Untold Tales of Spider-Man, like once I get my hands on one of those epic collections and I read it all, I am most certainly going to pick one of those stories and be like, okay, yes, I want to adapt you. So once I read a bit more of Untold Tales of Spider-Man, I will definitely slide some of that into my show. Spider-Man just went 6 and 7 in my match. That's rough. That's really rough. Somebody check on that man. Damn, dude, I've only drawn 3 fucking frames of eyes. Jesus Christ. Why the fuck did I decide to become an animator? Have you seen the trend of Alex Ross's art with Danny Elfman's Hulk theme? I didn't know that Danny Elfman did that Hulk theme. That being said, I love that theme. So good. Dude. Fuck! Chat, I want somebody to cut together a compilation of every time I've drawn a line just to like cut that line off and start over. I take that back. That would require somebody to sit through hours of me drawing, and you know what? I would rather kill myself than do that. So I wouldn't ask somebody to do that. Low Kirkenuinly, Kai should mod me. You want me to give you something, and you use words like low Kirkenuinly when you ask me for these things. I'm not gonna give you it until you use the word genuinely. Kai, why did you burp in my ear? I had a burp to let out. I'm sorry. I had to burp, okay? It's not like I'm farting, alright? I'm not gonna fart on the stream, but I will burp if I feel inclined. Is there a shot that you've made that you're really proud of that you're able to share with us? Yeah, I think there's something around here that I could show you guys. I like this shot. It's a TASM 2 rotoscope. I think that's the right word for it. I did this. I basically just fucking rotoscoped something from TASM, but I thought you guys would like it. You know, it's a cool little movie reference. What else do I have? I have this shot of Spider-Man jumping out of a window. Hopefully you guys like that. But, yeah, that's all I got. I'm not gonna lie, chat, I may have to rework some of these backgrounds because I want Peter and Mary Jane's apartment to have a balcony. I want there to be a little balcony. So I might have to edit some of these buildings and add balconies onto them. Which is going to be a pain in the fucking ass, but I need that balcony. I just need it. I need it. Because I need somewhere for Mary Jane to smoke. Which I plan on including. Using the web to close the window. Clean. Thank you. I really liked that when I did it too. Kai, how many frames per second does your animation have? I animate at 10 frames a second. I know you guys probably don't like that, but it just saves me a lot of time. Like trying to figure out like how to time these things. I know it's not industry standard, but if I had to animate an extra 2 frames every second, this cartoon would never come out. I think I would be doing lazier things in my cartoon if I had to animate at 12 frames per second. Like there would be a lot more laziness. will there be holiday specials? I've been asked this before. I have the same answer every time. I will not be doing holiday specials, and here's why. It takes me like a year, probably like half a year, maybe even a whole year. You know what? I won't even say, chat. It takes me an average of like a year to animate all this stuff. Like to animate an episode's worth of content takes me about a year. I would cap it at a year. For me to do a holiday special, I will have to work on whatever this animation is and get it out on time for the holiday. Now, either I'm late, right, and I don't have the animation done by the time the holiday happens, which means what? Do I release it after the holiday is passed like an asshole? Or do I wait until next year to release it? I don't like the idea of having to plan around a holiday release, especially with how long it takes me to work on this show. I think it would be a mistake, especially since there are other things I want to focus on anyway. I think it'd be a mistake to do holiday themed episodes. Because, like, what would you guys rather get? A Kraven's Last Hunt episode that I could release at any time of the year, or a holiday episode? You'd rather see Kraven's Last Hunt or something. Okay, his eyes don't move for the rest of the thing. I'm fucking saved. I'm fucking saved. Let me color that shit in. Because after we finish animating this, we can animate everybody's favorite woman, Mary Jane Watson. To be fair, she's my favorite woman as well. I can't even blame you guys. Chat. Fuck! I just realized I colored all those on the wrong frame. Just realized that. Alright, we're chilling. We're chilling. Not your mom? That's crazy, Kai. You know what? You're right. You're right. You're right. My favorite woman is my mom. Kai, what is the craziest day that has ever happened in your life? I don't know. I don't know, actually. I can't think of anything. Chat, I know you guys look at me and you think I'm like some Giga Chad that's like lived an incredible life with all these like super notable experience, you know, all these notable experiences. Chat, my life is actually kind of boring. Aside from all this, you know, stuff I love doing. I would say that my life is a lot less interesting than you guys think. Kai, will you adapt Spider-Man Blue? Now, I've kind of gone back and forth about adapting Spider-Man Blue, but here's the thing. If I ever decide to do like a movie-length animation, it would be Spider-Man Blue. If I ever decided that I was going to animate a like if I was going to have like a Mask of the Phantasm style deal where it's in the art style of my show, but it's movie length. If I ever did anything like that for my cartoon, it would be Spider-Man Blue. Now, let me put this in perspective for you. It takes me a year and a half, or maybe a year, all right, being generous. It takes me a year to animate an episode of this shit. To put out an entire movie-length Spider-Man cartoon by myself, when I complete that, you'll find me dead in my room 86. I will die before that thing gets released to the public. They'll have to release it post-mortem. Okay? You'll watch that film, right? And before it starts, it'll be like, PSM was found dead in his room with this animation sitting on his monitor, unexported. This is the full exported Spider-Man Blue PSM whatever. That's how long it would take. That's how long it would take. I would be dead before that thing came out. I'm always losing my water. Fuck me. Kai, which art style or artist inspired your show's art style? I don't know, chat. I would say that one of the things about my show is that I don't really have that big of an inspiration. Like, I know some people may look at my show and be like, oh, it looks like Scott Pilgrim, or it looks like this, or it looks like that. But I'll be really honest. I don't think I had an inspiration for the show's art style that trumps anything else. Like, I don't think I don't, there's not really anything I can point to and be like, yeah, this is what inspired my show. Because to be honest, when I sat down thinking of how my show was gonna look, I had this mindset where I was like, okay, it'll be really easy for me to animate everything if it's drawn like this. So I would say the art style was more dictated by what was easier to animate as opposed to being inspired by things. So I would say that my show didn't have an inspiration in mind. It was more of a process of trying to figure out what was the easiest, or what would be easy for me to like sit down and spend all this time animating. So it's less of an inspiration and more being like, okay, if I took a really like geometrical approach and everything is kind of blocky and not super like defined, that'll be easy for me to animate. And really the art style was birthed right there. Just trying to find this really geometrical style that relied on simple shapes and not a lot of detail. So I would say the style of my show was birthed in simplicity, much less inspiration. Kai, will you ever do anything Spider-Punk related on your channel? Maybe. I don't know. I don't really... Well, I mean, Spider-Punk is cool, you know, but I don't think about the guy all the time. You know, I like to say this. I think about Spider-Man every single day. I do not think about Spider-Punk every single day. I'll say that. Like, Spider-Punk crosses my mind like once a week. I'm not thinking about that guy as much as I'm thinking of good old Spider-Man. PSM, what do you think about the upcoming Black Noir TV show? They're making a TV show about Black Noir from The Boys? Huh? Are you talking about Spider-Man Noir, or are you talking about Black Noir? Kai, your Alex Ross suit is real nice. Thank you. The video about that suit will be out soon. I just need to make like one more thing related to it. Well, a couple more things actually. You know, some of them are digital, some of them are physical. But I have to do a couple more things related to that before I can put it out. But expect a video glazing Alex Ross very soon. And if you are in my members only Discord, you'll have seen part of that video early. And if you're a member and you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, members only Discord, what's this guy saying? You have access to my members only Discord. All you have to do is go to the members only tab on my channel and scroll down a bit. And eventually you will find an invite link to my members only Discord, which you can join for being a member. And if you're not a member, you can become a member by clicking the join button, which is next to the subscribe button. And you can become a member for as low as $3. I wouldn't recommend spending any more than that because you don't really get much of a reward otherwise. I do need to start highlighting my members in videos though. I need to start doing that. But yeah. Kai, apparently that link doesn't work. Okay, I'll make a new link right now. So for all you guys who want to join the members only Discord, I'm going to make a new link on the membership tab so that you guys can join the PSM fan club server. Okay. I'm going to make a members only post right now. There you go. For all my channel members, I just dropped a link to the members only Discord. And I got to be careful so I don't show that on stream. All right, chat, I'm going to go to the bathroom and I'll be right back. Stop fucking saying I'm on the Epstein list in my fucking chat. Jesus. I can't even leave to go take a piss, and somebody's telling me about the fuck. All right. I'm getting back to work. I'm back in the club. I'm back at it again. Why is everyone obsessed with Epstein? Bro, it's because the guy who runs America right now was his best friend.
At Eclipse_it is so cool they gave me £5. D. PSM, what inspired the redesign you used on the Nick V2 suit?
Well, I wanted something new. Like, I wanted a classic suit, but I wanted it to be like a little more modern. And I also kind of wanted it to be a bit of my own mentality when it comes to the Spider-Man suit. The one thing I could never like get behind about the original Spider-Man suit was how all of the red pieces were connected except for the boots. And, you know, that always kind of bothered me a little bit. So with my redesign, I basically just did the leg stripes from TASM 2 and put some webs on them. So that was my mentality going into that suit. Color-wise, really, I just wanted something that was shiny and very saturated. And that's pretty much all the thinking that went into that. Fuck. Kai, would you stream You, Me, and Her? Never. I will never, ever, ever stream that game in my life. I'm never gonna play that game again. I didn't even finish it. I was so broken by the plot twist. I didn't even finish it. Like, that game broke me so hard. I don't even think I have that game installed on my computer still. Let me check. I don't even have the game anymore. I don't even have that game. I took it off. I took it off the computer. It broke me so fucking bad. I never want to play that game again. Like, that game destroyed me. That game absolutely destroyed me. Never want to play it again. What is You, Me, and Her? No. 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 That's all I gotta say. No. Don't even ask me about that shit. Do not even ask me about that shit. That game is like a CEI. That game is like a CIA mind fuck. I don't even know how to explain it. Like, it's designed to break you. I don't even know why my fucking friend wanted me to play that fucking game. You know what? I'm gonna tell her. I'm gonna tell her that my chat is asking me to play that game real quick. Okay. Boom. This fucking animation is done. Somebody in the chat asked me, what inspired your Peter design? Well, I simply looked in the mirror, and that was it. That was it. That was all that happened. This motherfucker is more tanned than me, though. What's up with that? Okay. Next shit. Next shit. Let me export this real quick. All right. Okay, I fucked it. I fucked it up. I've once again messed up. Oh my god, dude. Why? Everything will be going great. And then my fucking, my shit. Hold on. Okay. It exported cleanly. Also, the other frame did not export, or the other animation we did earlier did not export cleanly, so I need to fix that. Hold on, chat. I know you're looking at me right now, and you don't want to be looking at me, but hold on. I'm fixing shit. My friend responded to me telling them, you guys were asking me about you, me, and her, and she responds, they're asking about Peak. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Okay. I have finished animating Peter for the day. It is time to animate the woman of the hour. Mary Jane Watson. So many fucking frames here. All right, this one is gonna hurt. All right, I'm not gonna lie, chat. This one is gonna hurt. But you know what? All right, it takes. I'm not even gonna try to fucking speak over this. I'm gonna get something to eat because I haven't eaten since breakfast, and I'm gonna be right back. All right, we're gonna be right back animating Mary Jane Watson. I'll be back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. You know me, chat. Peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Never done me dirty. I'm about to sit here and eat this on camera, and now we're gonna get to work after that. I'm back. This is when I'll probably be the most responsive to chat. So you guys better ask me some good ass questions before I finish this sandwich. How long has your Peter been Spider-Man? I don't want to put an exact amount of years on it, but he was bit by the spider when he was 17. He's probably a little older than me right now. So I'd say maybe like, 5 to 6 years maybe. Where the fuck is my water? Bro, I'm always losing my water. I'm back. Where does he scale? Are you talking to me about power scaling right now? Are you talking to me about power scaling right now? I don't want to hear about this power scaling shit. I think power scaling is a distraction from why we love characters. I think when we get so wrapped up in how strong a character is, like my character can lift buildings. Oh yeah, well my character can hold the book of time open or whatever. Oh, well, my character can flip the earth on his back or whatever. We forget why we care about those characters. We like characters because of who they are. What they seek to achieve. What they live for. That's why we love characters. I think power scaling is this great distraction that distracts us from the quality of the stories that we're reading. I don't give a fuck about how strong their character is. I want to know who your character is. All right. Sandwich in the hole. I'm gonna throw my napkin away, and then I'm getting back on my moppa shit. right. I'm back. I'm back. How long does it take to throw out a napkin? Fuck you. I'm back to work. Okay, I have to figure out how the fuck I'm gonna do this, because the way that Mary Jane's hair works in this show, it's very, very... I don't think there's a single character who has a more... Nobody's hair looks like Mary Jane's hair in my show. Like, look at this. Alright, it's comic shaded, or whatever the fuck you call that. On top of that, you know, you've got the curls that have to change with every movement she does. And then on top of that, you can see her eyes through her hair, which requires a lot more work. God damn it, dude. Oh my god. All right, I'm just realizing the amount of fucking work I'm going to have to put in. All right, I'm going to animate her eyes just to get it out of the way. No, fuck, this is so hard, dude. Ugh. I'm not gonna lie. I think Mary Jane is one of the... No. Mary Jane is the hardest character to animate in my show. She is the hardest character to animate in my show. Because she requires so much attention to detail. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do the hair first. Right? I'll do the face, and then I will do the eyes last. Well, I'm gonna go now. Goodbye, Blaze Hopper. You will be missed. Oh my god. 2 lines in and I already have to fucking readjust in my seat. Alright, let's do it. What do you animate on, Kai? I animate on A-Sprite. I do not recommend using it for the kind of animation that I do. Alright, this is for pixel art. It is not meant to do what I'm making it do. It's just, it's not built for this shit. It's not built for TS, as the kids say. Kai, how aware are you of the Batman Beyond show? I've watched like maybe 2 episodes, and those are like the first 2 episodes. Maybe 3. Why are you using it then? Because it's the only thing I know how to use. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm comfortable with it at this point. I'm comfortable with it. Oh my god. Why the fuck? Dude, why the fuck am I doing this, man? Why am I an animator? Seriously, I don't even have the answer to this question. Fuck me. All right, I'm gonna change this. This is her face. This is the face layer. All right, this is where all the blank shit goes. And now, when I get to animating her mouth, I'm gonna move her jaw with everything that she says. Because you're mentally insane. Truth nuke. Okay. All right, we're gonna do the hair just to get it out of the way, and we're gonna figure out how that interacts with the eyes later. Kai, what do you want for Christmas? This is the second time I've been asked this on the stream. Chat, I do not want anything for Christmas. I'm fine. You guys should worry about what you guys want for Christmas. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Sorry, I just had to type some shit out. Okay. I'm back in the club. When will the show be out? I have no idea. Oh my god, I just realized that I fucked up. I just realized that I fucked up. I'm not supposed to draw the fucking thing. I'm not supposed to draw these lines in her hair unless I have the entire red part selected. Now I have to go back and do it again. What's up to all you guys just coming in the chat? I see there are a lot of new people dropping in. It's nice to see you. It's nice to see you guys. Kai, progress on your PSM suit mod is going well. Oh shit. Nice. What is the, I remember, I think you told me about this the other stream. Are you modding me into, you're modding me into Marvel Rivals, right? What do you, I may be wrong. What are you modding me into again? Whatever it is, I'm excited, and I will most likely mention it. If you are putting me in Marvel Rivals, I will drop the whole modding bit and I will play with it on stream. I will admit to modding the game. Have you tried Procreate? I have tried Procreate. I did a little bit of animation testing in Procreate Dreams. I did not like it. I did not like it. There are some accessibility features that are missing that I would like to have in that. There were some things I'd like to have in that application that aren't there. For example, I don't like that you can't change the brush. That you can, like, you can't customize the brushes like you can in Procreate for some reason. I really hope that they go back and they change some stuff about Procreate Dreams, because I think it has potential. And I did like some of it. I didn't like all of it. There are just some things that aren't there that I wish were there, and it's kind of infuriating that they're not. And you know, there are those little like demo animations that they made for the app, you know, like Apple or whatever. Nah, you can't. Wait, are you serious? I must have missed that then. Because I swear to God, when I was last in Procreate Dreams, you can't change the pen. There's a new Procreate Dreams 2? Oh, no, fuck that. If they have to make a sequel to improve on the original instead of just updating the app, fuck that. I'm not going to buy another copy of Procreate Dreams, dude. Fuck Apple. Genuinely, fuck them. Kai, when the flip is this coming out? When it's done. When it's done. That's when it's coming out. It's coming out when it's done. Kai, are you a fan of red webs on a Spidey suit? Oh yeah. I love that stuff. In fact, I saw a Spider-Man suit that somebody made. And I want to make sure I shout out the right person, because I saw this suit and I was like, holy fuck. This is awesome. Because somebody did the red webs on the classic suit, and I saw it and I was like, I love that so much. And I have to shout this person out, because that suit is so raw. Here we go. Deacon Fox Art. They made a Spider-Man suit with red webbing, and it is one of the coolest things I have ever seen. It looks so good. Bro is sitting on the toilet. He knows that what he's wearing is so swaggy that he can sit on the toilet and none of his aura will be lost. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff right there. And look at him just mogging that Times Square Spider-Man right there. Bro. This guy is insane. So goated. I love this suit. One of my favorite cosplay suits that I think I've ever seen. Unbelievably goated. And I'm going to put it in the chat so you guys can go follow this guy on Instagram. Because that suit is beautiful. Genuinely beautiful. So good. And I just realized he made a 60s suit too. This shit is low-key better than mine. Not even, bro. That shit is better than mine. Shout out to Deacon Fox. Incredible stuff on this account. I love this guy. Some of the best suits you'll ever see. This dude is so goated. So fucking goated. Alright. I am getting distracted. Gotta get back on the ball here. Okay, somebody in the chat said, Kai, will Morlun be in here? And somebody in the chat said, is Moon Knight going to be in the series? Morlun is more likely to get in than Moon Knight. But I would say both of these guys' chances are slim. But Morlun's less so than Moon Knight. I don't really know a lot about Moon Knight to write him. And to be fair, I probably would do more adapting than I would like straight up writing for Moon Knight. Because here's the thing. If I don't know the characters pretty well, I'm probably just going to stick to the comic. Because like the only way I could see myself... Okay, so in this episode, I'm doing a somewhat original story using characters like Punisher and Captain America and Daredevil. And the only reason that I'm doing that is because I feel comfortable with those characters. I know them a little bit. Like, I'd say I know them. I'd say I'd know them enough to write about them. I can't say that about Moon Knight. Alright, the only Moon Knight thing I have ever seen is the Disney Plus show. And I know that that is not an accurate depiction of Moon Knight. So, if I were to ever do anything with Moon Knight in it, I'd have to read a Spider-Man comic that has Moon Knight in it, and I'd have to say to myself, damn, this shit is so peak, I gotta put this in my show. And I'd probably just adapt whatever happened in that story bar for bar, and not stray too far off the path, because I don't know Moonlight. I don't know Moon Knight like that. I don't know Moon Knight like that. So that's currently where I'm at with including Moon Knight in anything. No, it's pretty accurate, the series. I don't know shit about Moon Knight. But you're telling me that the Disney Plus Moon Knight show is accurate to the comics. That's a bold-ass statement. And I'm going to say this right now. I don't know shit about Moon Knight, okay? I can't believe you just said that. That's craziness. Alright, maybe Godzilla Mendoza led me astray, but I swear to God, the Moon Knight show is not like the comic. Fuck. Kai, would you get Godzilla Mendoza to voice Deadpool in your show? I would. I'd tell him to smoke a carton of cigarettes and then do his voice lines so he can have that coarse Deadpool voice that he's always saying he wants. I'd be like, Godzilla Mendoza, I want you to voice Deadpool in my Spider-Man show, but one condition from me, Xavier, I need you to smoke an entire pack of Marlboro Reds before you, like, even get in the booth. And he'd say, oh, what about my lung health? What? I can't do this. I can't do this. And I'd say, Xavier, do you love Deadpool? Are you dedicated to the craft? You said it yourself that Deadpool needs a coarse, Steve-O-ass voice. Are you not willing to put your health on the line to do that shit? That's what I would say. That's what I would say. And then he'd probably say, yeah, you're right, Kai. And you know what? I'll do it. And then he'll call me years later. And he'll be like, dude, I have lung cancer. You did this to me, bro. And I'll be like, damn. Anyway. Unfunny bit over. Psychic friend Fredbear in the chat says, Kai, my grandpa's funeral is on the 26th of March, 2026. I'm sorry to hear that he passed. I don't know what to call you. I'm gonna call you Psychic. I'm sorry to hear that he passed. I hope attending that funeral isn't too rough on you. I know funerals can be very difficult. But you know, once that funeral ends, it's only going to get easier from there. Even if it feels like it won't. But I hope you're doing all right over there. God damn it, dude. It's so fucking hard to... It's so hard to draw this line cleanly. Fuck me. Good enough. Yeah, you beat up the Juggernaut for my grandpa. I did do that. I was trying to make you laugh. Kai, I dare you to have the Peter kill Goblin purposefully if he does. No. 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 Not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen in my show. In my show, the Goblin is gonna die exactly how he dies in the comics. He's gonna die, you know, trying to get one last one-up on Spider-Man, and he kills himself. That's how the Goblin is going to die in my show. I'm not going to have it so that Spider-Man murders the Goblin himself. I won't. I will not do it. I may have Spider-Man say, I'm going to kill you. Alright? I may have Spider-Man threaten to kill someone. I don't think I'm ever going to have him kill anybody. He may get angry and he may threaten murder. He won't do it. He won't do it himself unless it's on complete accident. When the Goblin dies, it's going to be his own fault. And I think there's something really poetic about that. You know, the Goblin's last move being him trying to take out Spider-Man only to end up killing himself. I think there's something really poetic about that. You know, it's almost like his hatred for Spider-Man in the end is what caused his demise. And I always kind of like that aspect. Chat, I'm reusing a lot of frames right here, and that's because I've like drawing on a diagonal line is very hard. Damn, I need a frame that's like slightly lower than this. Fuck. I'm just gonna have to do it myself. Well, I mean, her mouth is moving down quite a bit. I think she can use one of these open mouth versions. I might swap the placement of them though, because I think that makes a little more sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Oh, I'm an animator. I don't know why I chose to do this to myself. If I ever got a rope, I would hang myself from the highest shelf. But I'm only kidding, of course. I would never do something like that. I would just beat in my own skull with a baseball bat. 'Cause I'm an animator. Suffering is all I know. I never get to go to the club and grind up on a... I'm gonna end it right there. I look back in the chat, and the first thing I see is Ben Riley's suit is so lazy and dog shit. And the account who said that is I'm Kane Parker. I applaud you, chatter, sticking to the bit. Low key, if I were to get tired of animating, I would just goon. You can see the life leaving my eyes. Oh my god. Dude, I love how lazy I'm being right now, just reusing these fucking drawings, man. I love it. I love it so much right now. I love it so much. I love not having to do any serious work because I am reusing assets. Excuse me. Had to let that one rip. Okay, I might have to do a new frame for this. Just because her mouth is like only slightly a little bit more open here. Kai might just be the angle, but Mary Jane's mouth is kind of small. Yeah, I noticed that when I was first getting ready to... When I was first prepping this frame to be animated on stream. When I draw her mouth over this, it's gonna be a little bit bigger. So don't you worry, chatter. Her mouth is gonna be bigger. Dragon Hunter, thank you for following me on Streamlabs. I have no clue what the benefit is of people following me on Streamlabs, but thank you. God, what if Thanos snapped his fingers mid-show? What, like in the middle of my show, he just snaps his fingers? I don't know. I'd probably have Peter disappear. And I would spend the entire episode on how Mary Jane, how empty her life is without her beloved man. And I'd have Paul show up and he'd be like, "Hey, I noticed you're looking super lonely in your apartment." And Mary Jane would be like, "Kill yourself!" And she'd pull out a gun and she'd just shoot him. And then, of course, Peter would get brought back endgame style. And then Paul's depression would be cured. Or Mary Jane's depression would be cured, sorry. Hold on, why the fuck, like, am I stupid? Am I stupid? What is happening here? I feel like the program is not doing what I want it to do right now. It is, okay. I love how the whole community collectively hates Paul. Yeah, I'm low-key Paul hate farming right now, but, you know, the people love it. The people love hate farming on Paul. Somebody in the chat said, peak episode idea. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, the people love this shit. They love me opening my ass and taking a big old dump all over Paul. As they should, you know? As they should. I'm just gonna reuse that. Why not? Everyone hates Paul because he's an idiot. Alright, well, you have to attribute some intelligence to the guy. I mean, he thinks that Mary Jane is the most attractive woman in the world. I mean, if I'm trying to quantify intelligence, I think that's a pretty smart thing to think. And if he cries because Mary Jane left him, and I'd attribute even more intelligence to that man. What else are you live on? I don't dual stream anymore. I used to dual stream on TikTok, but here's the thing about going live on TikTok. I fucking, I hate the moderation system on TikTok. It's so fucking annoying. Like, I will go live on TikTok. Somebody will come by and they will see my stream, and whatever possesses them to do this, I don't know. They will report my stream to TikTok, and TikTok, without fail, every goddamn time, just claps my stream. They come in and they block my fucking stream. They turn off my TikTok stream. I'll get banned from streaming for like an hour. And the reason I get banned is like cyberbullying or something. I used to stream on TikTok, but I could not fucking stand how easy it was to get your stream clapped on TikTok. It was so fucking annoying. So goddamn annoying. Like, TikTok is one of the most dog shit apps on the planet. Can't even lie. The Chinese government shouldn't have gave it up, bro. They shouldn't have listened to Trump. They shouldn't have caved to Trump. They should have told Trump to suck a fat one. They should have been like, sorry, Americans, we're taking TikTok away because your president doesn't want you to have it. They should not have sucked Donald Trump's penis. Is Iron Spider gonna be in your series? I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to do... I kind of want to do the Civil War stuff, because that leads into the Back in Black. And I think that'd be a really nice end point for my show. Because at that point, of course, Peter's identity gets revealed, Aunt May gets shot, and Peter is eventually led to Mephisto, and Mephisto is like, okay, I will make everyone forget your identity and I will bring your Aunt May back, but you gotta give up your marriage. And I would have my Spider-Man be like, no, and he'd just have to live with it for the rest of his life. Just a big old fuck you. I might do the nose and eyes on the same layer. And chat, everything I just said, it's up in the air. Like, I'm not even sure if I'm going to be able to do all that. Where's the hair? Okay, this is the hair. I'm going to name this the hair layer. Kai, we all want an adaptation of one. We all want an... Okay, guys, somebody in the chat is speaking for every single one of you, and I'm going to read what he just said. We all want an adaptation of One More Day. That's what this guy in the chat is saying. He says you all want One More Day.
At Eclipse_ is so cool they gave
Chat,
me
I mean, I might
£5.
listen to him.
D,
He's probably
the
right.
identity reveal is the dumbest part of Civil War.
Well, I mean, yeah, it is stupid for Peter to, like, go back on the one thing he has said that his secret identity does, which is protect the people he loves. I do think it's really stupid that he would do that. But at the same time, I can kind of understand why he thought he could do it. Because, I mean, at this point, he lives in Avengers Tower. You know, he thinks he has the safety of the Avengers. So I could kind of see why he thought, you know, I could see why he thought his loved ones would be safe. He thought that he had the safety of the Avengers, when in reality he did not. Or he didn't anymore after he betrayed Iron Man. But I guess he just didn't think he would turn on Iron Man. Are you gonna do the Clone Saga? Yeah, I am gonna do the Clone Saga. I might change a bit about it though. I am definitely gonna consider like changing a whole lot about it. I was thinking about removing the jackal from it. Because to me, the jackal is more like the jack off. Who cares about that motherfucker? Fuck the jackal. Fucking pedophile. He's the Epstein of Spider-Man villains, bro. Will you voice Ben? Yes. I will voice Ben. Not because I don't want other people to like come in and like voice new versions of Spider-Man. But I mean, I think it just makes sense. You know, it makes sense to have a clone of Spider-Man be voiced by the same guy that is Spider-Man in the show. Like, I've had a couple of people come and ask me, like, oh, can I be Ben? You know, can I be the Scarlet Spider in your Spider-Man show? And I kind of gotta hit him with that clone stare and be like, bro, what makes you think a clone of my voice wouldn't have my voice? When somebody says something so Kane-phobic, you gotta hit them with that clone stare. What are your opinions on a British Spider-Man? What do you mean, Chatter? Do you mean like Spider-Man in Britain? Or do you mean like a British Spider-Man actor? Because we've already had like 2 of those. Or are you talking about Spider UK? I don't really care about Spider UK, to be honest. Okay, he just said yes. I'm not sure what he said yes to. Oh, like Spider UK. You know, I don't really care about him. No offense to him. I just never thought there was anything all that interesting about him. You know, like his whole gimmick is that he's another version of Captain Britain, but he's a Spider-Man. And I was like, okay, that's kind of cool, I guess. I never really cared very much for him. So when he died in Spider-Geddon, I kind of didn't give a shit. They killed a lot of people in Spider-Geddon. I'm not gonna lie, the Spider-Verse comic series is just how many fan reactions can we get from killing various people in the Spider-Verse. I'm not gonna lie, that's what like most of the fucking like Spider-Verse comic series are about. The Spider-Verse comics, most of them are fucking slop. So slop. And chat, I say this as someone who has all of the issues of Spider-Verse. And I don't mean like all the side issues they did, but I'm talking when Spider-Verse was happening in ASM, I have every single one of those issues. I have all of those issues of ASM where Spider-Verse is going on. So believe me when I say that comic is slop. I read the whole thing. They killed my guy Moon Spider-Man. They literally opened the comic with that guy's death. I think there is no greater showcase of how fucking like... It's literally like what I just said. That whole comic is just about killing spider people. The comic literally opens with a spider person fucking biting it. It's just about killing spider people. That's how they killed 1602 Spider-Man. Like, that's bullshit, dude. Oh, no more Spider-Man 1602 stories. Why? We killed him for hype moments and aura. Hi PSM, what is up, stop motion guy? Nice to see you in the chat. PSM, what is your favorite game from the Insomniac Spider-Man series? It's got to be the first one. I don't think the first one is beat in terms of content and story. I mean, that first game was the Insomniac formula before it had run its course. Oh, I'm a dear friend to you, main character, but I'm gonna become evil, so get ready to be sad when I'm evil and irredeemable. That's the Insomniac method. Spider Clownery, thank you for the 2.
That Spider Clownery is so cool they gave me $1.99. D. New comic idea. Namorgeddon. Every Namor dies.
Hey, I'm kind of liking that idea. Why is that idea kind of fire? Hold on. Let him cook. Let him cook. Where are all my Namor haters in the chat? Where are all my Namor haters in the chat? Please don't ignore me, but what Earth number does your show take place in the Marvel Multiverse? I'm not gonna lie. I'm really hesitant when it comes to that kind of stuff. So much so that I don't really care to like think about it. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really care what. It's such a meaningless thing to me. Like, oh, like Spider-Man 2099 is actually Earth 928 and Spider-Gwen is Earth 67. Ooh. If I sat down and I figured out, okay, this is my universe number for my Spider-Man show, and I'm gonna stick very faithfully to that. This is my universe code. What is to stop Marvel from coming in tomorrow and being like, hey, here's a new Spider-Man. His Earth number is exactly what you chose for your fan project. And then I'm like, oh, fuck. They took my Earth number, so I have to change it. Like, that's why I kind of don't really care about Earth numbers and all that shit. And I don't think... This is advice for anybody else in the chat who wants to make their own Spider-Man thing. I don't think you guys should care about it either, because Marvel, there's nothing stopping them from coming in and just taking whatever number you had in mind. And I mean, who's to blame them? It's their thing. So I don't really care. I don't really care about universe numbers. I don't really think about that sort of stuff. Kai, do you prefer a very vocal and expressive Hulk, or a Hulk that's more quiet and reserved? Well, I like a Hulk to have a good range. I like a Hulk that can be quiet and a Hulk that can be loud. But I'm not looking for one over the other. I'm looking for range when it comes to my enjoyment in the Hulk. Because, I like the Hulk when he is at peace. And I like the Hulk when he is justifiably angered by someone disturbing his peace. So, I like a Hulk to change depending on the situation he's in. So I wouldn't say I prefer one over the other. PSM, do you collect Marvel Legends? I wouldn't say I collect them, but I do. I will get one if it's easy for me to get my hands on one. I like Marvel Legends. I have a couple. I have Toei Spider-Man. I have Spider Armor Mark 1. I have the Spider-Man Homecoming action figure. Oh wait, here we go. I have one. I actually have two right in front of me. Hold on. Let me get these out for you. Let me fix them because they're supposed to be in a pose right here. Okay. Here we go. I have Spider-Man and the Vulture, and I keep them in constant battle next to my desk. Well, to be fair, Spider-Man is kind of beating this guy as he's all tied up, so they're not really in battle. Spider-Man is like committing ice level brutality on this dude. Fuck ice, by the way. So yeah. Again, the people are asking me if Silk is going to be in my Spider-Man show. Why do you want to know? Huh? Why do you want to know? I know what you are. Dan Slot agent in my chat. Dan Slot in an alt account in my chat. I know what you are. We got a Dan Slot agent in my chat. We got a Dan Slot agent in my chat. We got a Dan Slot agent in my chat. We got a Dan Slot agent in my chat. We got a Dan Slot agent in my chat. PSM, do you watch anime? And if so, what anime would you recommend? I recommend Mob Psycho. Mob Psycho is my favorite anime of all time. I saw it and immediately I was like, yep, this is the one. This is my favorite right here. Mob Psycho is so beautifully written. And it's a show that has such a tangible emotional core, and I think it's really relevant to the social experiment nowadays, or not social experiment, the social experience nowadays. And I think Mob Psycho is a show that speaks to what a lot of young people have to go through. And I just thought the show was so smart. And it was so, like, I can't even explain it. I thought that show was beautiful. It made me cry so many times. So many times I cried watching Mob Psycho. It's such a great show. Such a great show. And it's got great main characters, grade everything. I love Mob Psycho. It's one of my favorite shows ever made. And I genuinely recommend everybody in the chat go watch it. It's that good. Kai, how's Spy Dog doing? He's Bing chilling. He's Bing chilling. You know he's with me. This, but it's Yu Yu Hakusho for me. I watched the first episode of Yu Yu Hakusho. I really like the premise. I think the premise is incredible. Kai, do you have any advice for drawing poses and anatomy? Well, you know, you're never going to get perfect at drawing anatomy. Unless you literally like force yourself to do it over and over and over again. Unfortunately, the greatest teacher in drawing is repetition. So the first thing I would recommend is practicing all the time. The second thing I would recommend is, you know, looking at some real life references. You know, like going and looking up a picture of even Spider-Man, per se. And I'm not saying trace it. I'm saying, you know, try to replicate that drawing. You know, like, if you want, you can even boot up the PS4 game, go into photo mode, find a nice pose, and then don't trace it, but try to recreate that pose in your drawing. And, you know, eventually you'll start to become familiar with the different muscle groups and how the body, like, bends and all that shit. But yeah, that's how I'd recommend getting better at drawing anatomy. I would look at real life, try drawing real life. And by real life, I mean, like, real life poses, whatever. Oh my god, chat, I'm not gonna lie, I've been sitting in this chair so goddamn long. I need to do some pull-ups. Am I still on camera? Okay, I'm still on camera. Hold on, chat, I just gotta bang these out. I gotta bang these out. Sorry, chat. Just gotta stay active. I gotta stay moving. That'll clear you up. Feeling good. I'm feeling good. Gotta get the blood pumping. PSM, what is your favorite food at Thanksgiving? Probably pumpkin pie. I'm a big, excuse me. I'm a big fan of pumpkin pie. I don't really want to eat anything else at Thanksgiving. Pumpkin pie is like the only thing that I look forward to on Thanksgiving Day. I don't want to see my awkward ass grandparents who low-key abused my parents. I don't want to see them. All right, I want to eat some fucking pumpkin pie. I don't care about any of that shit. All right, fuck socializing. All right, fuck all that shit. I want to eat the pumpkin pie. Somebody in the chat said, Kai, if you had to pick a specific species of lizard to base Kurt Connors on, which one would you pick? I don't know. Maybe something native to Florida, just because it's my home, and because it's truer to the character, because he is from Florida. He's a Florida man. Why do people enjoy socializing again? I mean, don't get me wrong. I enjoy socializing. I don't enjoy socializing with child abusers. You know what I mean? So, here's the thing. Here's the thing about family. All right, here's my view on family, okay? I will cut anybody off if they are an asshole to me. And I think everybody in my family is kind of the same way. They will cut people out of their lives and not talk to them if they're fucking assholes, and that's fair. And I honestly, I don't think you should talk to anybody who's an asshole to you, regardless of whether or not they're family. So, you know, it's good to socialize, but I think it's normal for you to like socializing with people who aren't assholes. I think that's why people like socializing. You know, they only socialize with people that aren't dickheads. And I don't think, you know, you shouldn't socialize with people that are dickheads. You know, like me, chat, I'm going to be honest with you, like I do at least like maybe like 3 hours of talking to people every day. 3 to 5 hours I spend talking to people every day. And that may be my friends, my family. You know, the people want to talk to me for some reason. I don't know. But you know, it's good to it's just good to talk to people. You know, you can only listen to your own thoughts rattling around inside your head for so long. Can't do that kind of stuff forever. You got to talk to somebody. And while I do pride myself on solitude and independence, being by myself, while I do believe that the most beneficial things I do come from being alone, I do have to talk to people sometimes. So, you know, sometimes I'll step away from my work and do some socializing. Because it's good for you. Low-key have no friends, so they're hard to unlock. You just gotta find something to bond over, you know? Like when I was in college, here's how I would get friends, okay? Here's how I'd get friends. I would find the worst part about whoever was teaching me, right? Like I would find the most annoying trait about whatever professor I had, and then I'd go over to someone that I wanted to be friends with, and I'd be like, oh, this sucks, doesn't it? And if, you know, if they fucked with me, they'd be like, yeah, it kind of does. And then we would, you know, we would kind of bond over that. Friends will always leave you anyway, so there's no point. Why you gotta say that edgy ass stuff, man? You'll never make friends with an attitude like that. Look, friendships are not meant to last. That is true. Not every friend you make is gonna stay around you forever. And that's true. But there is always the chance that you'll find that one person that never goes away. And as long as they're good friends with you, they're a good friend to you, that's all that matters. Sometimes people drift apart. Sometimes people aren't going to spend every waking moment of their life hanging around someone. And sometimes you might not even see someone you'll consider your friend for months or even years. But the true sign of a strong friendship is being able to be away from someone for years or however long. But the moment you come back and you talk to each other, it's like nothing changed. That's the sign of a true friendship. Friendships are not meant to last forever. And they're not meant to be relied on forever. At the end of the day, you're only going to have yourself. When you're sleeping in your bed at night, unless you have a partner, it's just going to be you in that bed. And you got to come to peace with that. You will be alone in some parts of your life. But that doesn't mean that connection is meaningless. That doesn't mean you should never talk to somebody or never hang out with anybody. It just makes the time that you spend with others a little more sweeter when it comes around. That's what friendship's all about. A friendship is only as strong as the people that are in it. The singular people that are in it. Kai, it's Sunday night. Don't make me reconsider my worldview, damn it. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry. PSM, will you play Dispatch Season 2 when it releases in 2028 or something? I mean, I don't even know if they're going to make another one, but if they make another one, I'll be there. I mean, you guys liked the first Dispatch stream so much. I feel like you guys would be kind of mad at me if I didn't play the game again when it dropped. So yeah, if Dispatch comes back, I will be playing it. And I'll try to do it all in one go so that you guys don't have to sit around and wait for the next part. Or maybe I'll do it on the basis of it coming out, you know, like I'll do like a stream every time a new chapter drops or something. I don't know, which would you guys prefer? Would you prefer that I wait until everything is out and then play it all in one go? Or would you rather that I play it as it comes out? Is this an animation? No, this is a caveman banging rocks and sticks together. That's what this is. I think there's a beauty in waiting. Me too, me too. I think absence makes the heart grow fonder. So I think I will. Maybe I'll wait until the whole thing releases and then I'll play it in one go. I forgot that Mary Jane's tongue is darker than Peter's. Why Kai gotta say PSA ass lines on these streams? I'm sorry that I'm not a fucking doomer streamer that's always trying to make you guys feel shittier about the world, alright? I want you guys to leave my stream feeling a little better about your lives. I'm sorry that I'm not always like, no, you should die. Life is meaningless. I'm sorry, alright? I'll be a little more negative for you guys if you want. I'll be so negative, okay? I'll be so nihilistic, okay? I'll be so obvious in my sadness, okay? I'll say, how meaningless life is, and I don't know. How long does a script usually take for an episode? Is it you soloing it, or do you have a team? I don't have a lot of people that help me with writing advice. If I had anybody I would say I come to for writing advice, it'd probably be Alex Lennon, and that's because the comic he's making is spectacular. So sometimes I'll go to Alex Lennon and I'll be like, Alex, what do you think about this script? And he'll be like, oh, I like it. And he'll give me like a suggestion or something. So if I had anybody help me on a script, I'd say it's probably Alex Lennon. Kai, I'm making a Spider-Man series soon with stop motion. Do I stand a chance? Of course you stand a chance. You say that like there's a competition. You say that like you have somebody to compare yourself to. And you don't. I don't think so. Like, the only... I had somebody really smart say this to me once. They said, comparison is the thief of joy. And the way you make it sound, you know, you make it sound like you're already comparing yourself to other people in your head, and you're going, oh, you know, I don't stand a chance against everybody else's, you know, Spider-Man stop motion or whatever. But, you know, if that's gonna stop you from making art, I don't think you should think that way. Of course you stand a chance. You know, as a human being, you know, you have the right to create things. As long as they don't hurt anybody else, granted, but you know, of course you stand a chance. You know, don't compare yourself to people too much. Unless you're trying to learn something. Kai, I've been writing a superhero story and I'm so worried about the ending. I don't remember where I saw this, but I saw someone say this about writing once. You're supposed to have the ending for your story in mind and work backwards from there. You know, figure out how you're supposed to get to your ending from the beginning. It's like what Vince Gilligan said about Breaking Bad. He said, my objective with Breaking Bad was to take Mr. Crackers, or whatever the fuck he said, and turn him into Scarface. And, you know, he had the idea to, even in that, you know, in that quick little concept, he knew that he wanted to end the show with that dude being a real deal criminal. So I think it's important to visualize an ending for your story very early on and work backwards from there to take your characters to that ending. That's kind of what I'm doing for my Spider-Man show. I kind of have an idea of how it's going to end, even now. I have a very clear idea of how the show is going to end. And that's because I know where I want my main character to be at the end of it. I want Peter to finally stop being such a fucking, like... I want him to stop being so angry with himself for everything he's ever done wrong. I want the show to end with Peter forgiving himself. And because I have that in mind, I know what I need to do to get there. I know that first what I need to do is I need to show you where Peter is at the beginning of this mindset. He fights for the blame. He fights to blame himself for everything. And eventually, throughout the show, he's going to learn. He's going to be like, okay, this is not a healthy mindset I have. What can I do to be healthier? He's going to explore, you know, different ways of, you know, mentally processing his problems. And then eventually he's going to be tested. His forgiveness of himself is going to be tested. And in that moment, he's going to have to decide whether or not he's going to let go of his own hatred. And then he will. And then the show will be over. And am I spoiling it? Yes. But you guys are probably going to forget that I just said that by the time the show ends. Because the show's going to fucking end like 30 years from now. How will you test that, or is it spoilers? It is spoilers. It is high-key spoilers if I tell you how I'm going to test it now. Spoilers, Spider-Man is happy in the end. True. That is a real spoiler, because that never happens in Spider-Man media. Fuck! Can you describe the next episode in one word, Kai? Ooh, okay, yeah, I know what word I'd describe it with. Yo! Oh my god!
At Spider Clownery has just shopped a child with $99.99.
Jesus Christ!
I guess one person can make a difference. Nuff said.
Thank you, Spider Clownery. Jesus Christ. Bro, can I get a W Spider Clownery in the chat? You just made a difference, motherfucker. Damn! Oh my god. By the way, thank you for showing off the new $99.99 donation alert. I changed it so that it's the electro bit. I made it so that I don't remember how much it is, but if you give like $99, it plays the electro shocking meme. Damn. Thank you, Spider Clownery. Holy I completely forgot what I was about to say, by the way. Damn. Thank you, Clownery. Holy shit. Okay, I remembered what I was going to say. If you could describe the next episode with one word, what would you say? Some of you aren't going to understand what I mean by this. Okay? But if I had to describe the next episode with one word, I would describe it as politics. Now, that may scare some of you guys. Okay, but trust me, it is not as scary as it sounds. Okay? But if I had to describe the next episode with one word, I would say it's politics. And it's not in the way that you think. Okay? Let me say this right now. It is not in the way that you think. It's not in the way that you think. And if I see you guys getting a little antsy in the chat, I might explain what I mean by that. Dude, again, holy shit. Thank you for the 100. That blew my mind. Obama. That's what the people in the chat are saying. Spider-Man runs for president. Okay. Spider-Man versus Ice. Let's go. I'm not, chat, I'm being 100% serious when I say this. I am going to have Spider-Man stop an Ice abduction in the next episode. I'm not kidding. And I'm not going to spend like a shit ton of time on it. You know, he's going on patrol. He sees 5 armed dudes trying to wrestle a grandma and her kid out of a car. Yeah, dude, Spider-Man's going to stop that. So watch out for that. But I'll explain a little bit about what I mean when I say that the next episode is politics, right? They're in the next episode, I want there to be a very clear, like, I want you to be able to point to what happens in this episode and be like, oh my God, that is so much like real life. And I'll explain that, and I'll ruin all the, what's it called? I'll ruin all of the, what's the word I'm looking for? I'll ruin all of the delicateness in my show by just outright explaining it. In this analogy, the superheroes are the left of politics, and the right are the supervillains. Now, how do I compare this to real life? Well, on the right, they don't really give a fuck about who they associate with. They don't really give a shit. Like, people on the right can, like, hang out with Nick Fuentes. They can vote the same way the KKK does. And they don't care. At the end of the day, they are about right-wing politics, which isn't really about anything. It's about fear of the other, right? That's what right-wing politics is about. You could put Nick Fuentes in a room with Andrew Tate and Asmongold, and they would all get along because they're all right-wingers. They don't give a shit. But, if you go on the left, right, and you put, like, I don't like Destiny, alright? The dude is a fucking creep, and he's currently being sued over that. But if you put Destiny and Hassan in the same room with each other, they would kill each other. They hate each other. And that's supposed to be two figures on the left. The left is so keen on tearing itself apart that it can never get anything done. And I have an example for you. Zohran Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani is a guy who runs on leftist policies. He is by all considerations a leftist, right? And what is everybody on the, on the establishment left doing? They were trying to make him lose. They were trying to make that motherfucker lose. Nobody in the establishment Democrats would say that they support this dude. Nobody who's supposed to be this figure on the left who has pull, nobody is endorsing this motherfucker, even though he's running on all the right stuff. The left is so focused on trying to be the most moral, trying to be the most correct, that they spend so much time tearing each other apart that they can never come together and bond over anything. And that's what I mean when I say that the next episode is politics. The supervillains, they don't give a fuck. They will hang out with each other. They will do whatever they want with each other. They'll drink, they'll smoke, they'll do crack. They don't give a fuck. They're supervillains. But the superheroes, you put them all in a room with each other, and they're arguing about, oh, your methods aren't effective. You don't kill people. You're not actually making any change. Or, oh, you're too violent. You're not fighting for truth and honesty and all that shit. That's what I mean when I say that the next episode is kind of like politics. If that makes any sense. So hopefully you guys understand what I mean. Politics for like 100 years is the left believing in people having rights and deserving a good life, while right-wing politics is just about materializing as much suffering as possible. Not gonna lie, I mean, ever since Reagan went about busting up unions, I mean, the game hasn't really changed. Like, the average right-winger thinks that all of us having socialized medicine that we pay for with taxes, they think that shit is the devil. And I mean, I get it, all right? Fine, you don't want to spend your taxes on your neighbor or whatever, but you're already doing, like, you're already paying for the U.S. military to kill people. Okay, what if we were spending it on healthcare instead? Like, the average right-winger is like, no, we cannot make our government make life better for us. I would rather our government use our money to kill people. Well, to be fair, the average Republican will say they don't like taxes at all, so. But if push came to shove, a Republican would rather have our tax money spent on killing people than keeping people in America alive. Like, that's just the truth. And another thing, chat, I know it's probably like weird to see me like get so political. And as much as I wish I didn't have to say all these things, but I mean, I don't want to lie to you guys, okay? I don't like lying to my fans. I don't want you guys, like, if I died tomorrow in a car crash, I don't want you guys to have any misillusions about how I felt about things. If I died tomorrow and some dude on the internet was like, no, PSM is a right-winger. What are you talking about? PSM loved Donald Trump, and he loved this, and he loved that. I'd want you guys to be able to be like, no, the fuck he wasn't, bro. I want you guys to know what I think. And I don't want to lie to you guys. And I don't want to act like I believe other than the way that I do. As a non-American, this hurts my head so much. I mean, America sucks, bro. Like, I can only fucking go so long without talking about how much America sucks. Honestly, it's not that weird. Somehow your animating streams always end up with some political chat. Well, you know what? I'll admit this too. I think about politics way too goddamn much. And I mean, I'm a white guy, okay? Let's be real here. I'm a white guy. I'm not going to get beat up and kidnapped by ICE. I'm not going to get racially profiled by a cop. If anybody is going to spend their time thinking about politics without it hurting them mentally, it's going to be me. And I'd rather it be that way. And call that like white guilt. Call it whatever you want. But I'd rather spend time thinking about politics than not. You're white? Hold on. I can get whiter. Watch this. Look at how much wait. Look at how much whiter I can get. I became so much whiter. I got so much whiter just now. I'm like angelically white. Okay, I'm turning that shit down. It hurts me. I still look white as shit. Oh my god, dude. No matter how much I turn it up. My guy, don't feel bad for what your race does. I don't feel bad about... I'm just saying that I would not have to suffer the same injustices that someone who is not white would. I'm not saying that I feel bad because I'm white. That's not what I'm saying. PSM, are you a virgin? Okay. I'm a Spider-Man fan. That'll answer your question. That's a good one. That's my favorite joke. Kai, if you were president, what would you do? Well, first of all, I would probably defund, like, I would cut the military budget by 80%, and I would take all of that and dump it into healthcare, the schools, infrastructure, you know, like hospitals and all that shit, roads. I would basically cut the balls off the military. I mean, if I was the president tomorrow, like, dude, we already have the super nukes. I don't need to be spending more money on making more super nukes. Like, we can drop out of the nuclear whatever race for like fucking however long that I'm president. What else would I do? I would make it so that police stations no longer investigate themselves. I would make it so that there is internal investigations, so that there are internal investigations done by outside sources, so that corrupt cops don't just get instantly cleared by their own stations. I would what else would I do? I would make Spider-Man Day a legal holiday where nobody works. How about that? Nobody works on Spider-Man Day. And, what else? I would eliminate the free market. How about that? I would literally destroy the free market. All right? No such thing as the free market. All right? If the people are getting policed, the market is going to get policed as well. All right? If we're going to have cops running around putting people in jail for committing crimes, someone needs to do that for the businesses. All right? Because I don't know how many of you guys need to hear this, but the businesses are the ones committing the most crimes, not us. Oh, and everybody who doesn't have a Spider-Man suit is going to get shot. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, and mandatory free school lunches, which will obviously get paid for by dumping shit into education. No, you have to fund Team Fortress. All right. Whatever you say, chatter. Oh, and you have to say that Spider-Man, you have to believe, okay, free speech, if I'm the president, right? Free speech is allowed, but you cannot say that Spider-Man isn't the best superhero of all time, or else you get sent to the gallows. I don't know how many times I can say I'm kidding. Oh, and you know what? I would make it so that I would take the Pledge of Allegiance out of schools, and I would make it so that every morning every school has to have an intercom, which I will pay for, or the US government will pay for. Every school has to have an intercom system that will read an issue of Spider-Man to the children every morning. How about that? Yeah. And I would also dump... You know what? I would cut the military spending even further and take all of that money, and I would get the world's top scientists, and I'd be like, okay, give me spider powers, and you better have this done before my term ends, or I'll send you all to the gallows. That's what I'll say. Kai, weren't MJ's lips red like 5 shots ago? Why are they black now? Well, it's because they are black at the base, but then there's a red shine on them, which I have to go back and add to every shot. So yes, they are red, but it's only because of that one red shine that I have yet to go back and add. See, they're already saying Kai for president. I've already got the people's vote. I've already got the people's hearts and minds captured. They know me. I'm a man of the people. And they know me to be so. They know I'm a man of the people. I'm a man of the people. And they know it to be true. Kai, with your permission, of course, can I donate to you $1,000 when I'm financially okay-ish? No. Alright, now I'm not saying that I have control over what you're gonna do. I'm just gonna tell you right now, no. Please do not give me $1,000. Don't do it. I don't know where you live, but if you live in America, I don't think you will ever be in a state where you can just give away $1,000 and be okay. Please do not ever give me that much money. Look after yourself. I love you. Is Kangji gonna have a cameo here in episode 3? I don't know who that is. Kai would get freaky with 1K. Okay. I think they meant Luke Cage. Shit, I would love to have Luke Cage show up in one of my episodes. I love Luke Cage. I love him so much. Hold on, chat. I gotta get some water, dude. My throat is killing me. I'll be right back. I'm back in the club. 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 Woo! I might have to do some pull-ups again in a bit. Just to get myself all limbered. Wait, this guy is still live? On your mama, I'm still live. On your mama's soul, I am still live. And that's because the work ain't done, baby. There's work to be done. There's suffering to endure. I'm animating. Who voices MJ? That would be my good friend Mini PST, and you can find her on TikTok. Whew. I had her on the stream the other day. She popped in for a second while I was animating. I like Spider-Man. Yeah, me too, Chatter. PSM, do you wish to become more popular in the future? I'll be honest with you guys. I'll be honest. If I didn't need to make more money, then I would say no. I would say that I'm pretty happy with the level of fame that I'm at. Cause I have my, you know, you guys, we have a small little community here. And chat, I'm not gonna lie, I could live the rest of my life with 80 of you guys in the chat. Average. Like I average like 80 viewers a stream. I could live with that. That amount of fame is 100% okay to me. But it's not paying the bills. So as much as I don't really want to expand my fan base, I kind of have to make more money. So if I didn't have to think about money, then I would say, no, I don't want to get any more popular. But if you know, since I do have to think about money, then yeah, I kind of do want to get a little more popular, but I also don't. I think being as popular as I am right now, I'm okay with that. Like, I'm okay with it. I don't want to be any more influential than that. Because I worry that, well, you know, the more influence you have, the more responsibility you have. And I worry that I'm not the right figure to give all that influence. But then again, you know, Jake Paul is like 10 times more famous than me. And he says all kinds of horrible shit all the time, so. OnlyFans. Alright, bro. Kai, 500K or a dinner with Jay-Z? Do you think I want to get dinner with a P. Diddy associate? Let me make sure I'm okay. Just had to make sure. Chat, why the fuck would I want to go to dinner with somebody who was at the Diddy party when I could take that 500K and dump it into my Spider-Man show? 500K for my Spider-Man show? Or dinner with a Diddy associate? 500K for my Spider-Man show or dinner with a P. Diddy associate? What do you think I'm gonna pick? Because I'm not sure. Anyway, I'm gonna get back to fucking breaking my back over this animation because I don't have the money to get an animation team. Oh my god, okay. I'm finally done with all of the basic lip movement. Now I just need to go through every frame and add that red little thing. Add all the shit in the background. And then we are donezo. We are donezo. Fuck. PSM, we are your only fans. Chat, I do not want to hear the words only and fan in sequence. I don't want to hear that shit. I know what game you're playing here. I've played these games before. Can you please make the spectacular Spider-Man suit, please? I'm not gonna lie, chatter. I'm gonna get to a point with this channel where I end up making all of the cartoon Spider-Man suits. So that will happen eventually. Eventually, I will make the spectacular Spider-Man suit. Don't you worry. And I'll also make the Unlimited suit, and the animated series suit, and the Tenace suit, and the Unlimited suit, and all those backbreaker suits that you want me to do. I'll do it. I already made the Spider-Man 67 suit. So I already started myself down that path of making all the suits from the TV shows. I already got started. So, I mean, I can't... It's like the movie suits. I can't just make one and call it at Tobey Maguire. I have to make the rest. So you guys are going to see that. You guys are going to see that. I just realized I could draw MJ on her lips with the shine. I could have been doing that this whole time, and I didn't. I didn't until so late into the game. Kai, you should treat yourself to a grilled cheese sandwich. I already had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich earlier. I think the people would see it as MJ actually being written on her lips. I mean, from a distance, I think it just looks like a sign. Or not a sign, a shine. And I mean, I think unless you're looking at it trying to see the letters, I don't know. I mean, look at Peter. Look at Peter. I have to find a specific drawing of Peter to show you guys this. But I do this with every character. Or I try to do this with every character in my show. I try to fit their letters into their design. Like, look at Peter. Look at these two loose, like these two messy hairs on his head. What letters do those look like? I see an S and an M. Ooh, what does that stand for? Oh, PSM, you're so smart. It's one of the stupidest things I think that I do, but hopefully it's not the kind of thing where like people notice it and then the second they notice it, they can't stop seeing it and then they hate it. I hope it's not one of those things. But honestly, I could understand if it became like that. Because it is kind of like a... It is kind of like... What's the word I'm looking for? It's like such a superficial detail. Peter should be chopped. Why would you do that to Mary Jane? Why would you do that to Mary Jane? Say that her husband should be chopped. Not husband, sorry. Not yet. Why would you do that to Mary Jane? Make her be with a chopped man. How dare you, bro? Think about Mary Jane. Think about Mary Jane when you say that. You want Mary Jane? You want the love of her life to be a chopped man? When I can make him somewhat handsome? Come on now. I'm trying to give this lady Mary Jane something to look at. I thought you guys liked Mary Jane. I thought you guys wanted nice things for Mary Jane. Oh, you're asking. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I always imagined that he was one of those guys that had a glow up. Like, he was one of those guys that wasn't, like, super attractive when he was younger. But as he got older, he was a little more conventionally attractive. And you know what? I'm just going to chop off this section of the chin so I have an easier time coloring it in later. I animate in such a stupid and non-conventional way. Chat, if you ever learn anything from me, alright, let it not be the way I animate, alright? And if you do learn from the way I animate, improve. Improve on the stupid shit I make myself do in these streams, alright? I want you to see what I do and not emulate it, but make it better. than what I do. All right? And I say this not out of hate, but out of fucking, I don't know. For your sanity, I say these things. All right, if you learn from me and improve from me. Do not emulate, because I am a fucking idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm going to say this right now. Like, you should see what I'm doing and be like, damn, dude, I could do this way better if I did this instead. He did this, but it would have been smarter if he did this. Like, that's what you should see when you see me doing stupid stuff like this. If you animate like Kai does, may God have mercy on your soul. I wouldn't quite phrase it like that, but... I thought I saw her bot... Oh. I did. Okay, now what frame is this on? Fuck me, dude. Why? What frame is this on? What frame is this on? Why? No! I messed up the fucking... Oh my god. I messed up the first frame, dude. I have to go back and fix it now. Oh my scheisse. Okay, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. It's not so bad. MJ, a little thirsty? Mods, show that guy the dungeon. I don't like the way you phrased that comment. I am going to go from using Adobe Animate to Asprite just to spite Kai. You are only working at the behest of yourself, chatter. You are only working against your own self-interest if you are doing that. You are only making your own life harder. Nah, bro, Adobe Animate is ass. Is it? I don't know. I thought it was the industry standard. Is it not the industry standard? I thought it was the industry standard. Worst software ever. Is it? I mean, chat, I don't know. I clearly don't fucking animate in it. Industry standard doesn't always mean good. Okay, damn. Everybody hates this shit. Alright. You chatters are on to something. Okay, let me take a look at Mary Jane over here because she's wearing an outfit. I haven't exactly put a lot of thought into what she's wearing under it, which you can kind of see in this shot. yeah, like you don't really see like any idea of what she has on under this in some of the previous shots. So I have to figure out what she's wearing under it. I mean, maybe just like a black shirt or something. Like maybe I don't have to think about it too much. Kai, do you think there's an argument for Spider-Man's story ending with him continuing to be Spider-Man but enjoying it in a healthy way? I think there is definitely a way for him to keep being Spider-Man in a healthy way. But the thing about Peter being Spider-Man is that he is doing it because he believes that with great power comes great responsibility. And to him, stopping being Spider-Man, no longer using his powers, you know, like whenever the situation calls upon it, to him, that would be denying his responsibility. So Peter, being trapped in this cycle, right? Because, I mean, it's not like he can just get rid of his powers. And if he could, then he wouldn't be beheld to this responsibility anymore. But I think maybe Peter just has to have a different mindset about it. I think there's definitely a way for him to keep being Spider-Man, but being Spider-Man in a healthy way, I don't know. I don't know exactly how that would work. Because the whole thing about being Spider-Man is that Peter has to drop whatever's going on at any given moment to go do Spider-Man shit. And I don't know what the way is to do that, and I also don't know why the fuck my shit is flying all over the place. Like, I have fucking refer to visible layers. Like, come on. What is going on here? What is going on here? What is going on here? It is not referring to the visible layers. Kai, what happened to pull-ups? I'm so close to finishing this, I don't even want to think about pull-ups right now. What the What is happening? What the fuck? Alright, my refer to active layers button is just fucking broken. Or refer to visible layers, rather. No, because what the fuck is this? Okay, there we go. Fuck it. I'm doing pull-ups, dude. Fuck it. I'm banging them out. Ugh. 12. Fuck. All right. Banging it out, banging it out. Woo! Woo! I'm pumped, I'm pumped. Are making the Far From Home suit? At some point, yeah. I probably will. I mean, I think you guys would fucking stone me to death if I didn't. Ah! I did it. I'm done. Mother of God. Whoa, 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 whoa. What was that? What is that? Animation error. Hold on now. Boom. Roll it again. Fuck me and my shit. Hold on. Okay. I did it. I did it. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like she should have a little bit of hair coming out to the side. I should add that. Just add like a little bit of hair sticking out on the side, just to give her a little more depth, because I feel like her hair is a little bit too much to one side right now, and I just feel like it makes sense to bring some of that a little bit onto the other side. And of course, this isn't gonna work. Motherfuck you. Motherfuck you. Oh. Just gotta learn the same lesson again. I have to fucking do Mary Jane's hair a certain way every time. Okay. There we go. Now she's got a little bit of dimension. Both sides of her head. Yeah. Nice. Fucking nice. All right. Here we go. All right. Chat. I'm finished animating for the day. I'm done. I'm done. Kai, have you heard of headlock? Never. I have no clue what that is. All right, chat. I'm done. I'm done animating for the day. 4-hour, 30-minute long stream. Here's everything I did. Here's what we just finished. And here is all the Peter stuff we did earlier, which is a lot shorter. And if you want to know where I am, all right, what Discord server this is that I'm poking around in, well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you how you get access to that Discord server. All right? First of all, you have to be a member on my YouTube channel. And if you want to know how you can become a member, I'll tell you how. All you got to do is go to one of my videos like this live stream here. You click this join button, which is right next to the subscribe button, and you can join the channel membership for as low as $3. $3 will get you access into this Discord server. Once you have joined my channel, all that you have to do to get access to the members only Discord is click on that membership tab. You'll see the invite right there, and then you can join. All you have to do is introduce yourself, and you'll be allowed into the social section of the server where you can hang out with my fans. And even if you don't introduce yourself, you'll still be able to see all the stuff I have cooking up behind the scenes. I am constantly teasing things to my fans. Like, for example, showing off some pictures from my new Alex Ross suit that's going to be coming out soon. If you like that sort of stuff, please join the channel. It helps me out a lot. And if you can't join the channel, that's okay. You guys will be seeing this stuff eventually. But that's all from me. I have been streaming for so goddamn long. I want to wrap it up. But first, I am going to save all of the animation files that I've worked on today. And I am going to read off every person who has so kindly donated to the stream and gave me money from their own wallets to keep this show running, because your money does keep this show running. I want to give a huge thank you to Spider Clownery. Biggest thank you for having the biggest donations this stream. I really appreciate you. I also really appreciate Eclipse YT for their repeat donations. Just a Piece of Bread for their repeat donations. Lego Venomous V for their repeat donations. I also want to welcome new members. Azure Angel, Spider Curls, who's a repeat member. And yeah, that's everybody who donated to the stream. Again, I want to say this right now. It's you guys who so kindly give me your money despite not having to. It is people like you who keep my channel afloat. And I have to remember that I need to be grateful for you guys, because if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't still be doing this. And doing this brings me great joy. So, thank you. Chat, that's all from me. And don't forget to use my Fortnite creator code AmazingPSM, okay? If you don't have money to give me, but you want Fortnite skins to buy, this also helps me out at the end of every month. Chat, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you next time.